Hello, we're back. I've been working on some different stuff, trying to figure out where I want to take my factory. And so there's been a little expansion here and there. I can explain that here shortly. But what I don't have are, and I've said this before, I don't have a lot of basics being manufactured motors. So with that, rotors and stators, computers, high-speed connectors, supercomputers, circuit boards, etc. So what I'm going to do this morning is set up all of these basic, just simple minimum production that's needed to make all of these things be produced at whatever speed they end up getting produced at. Because a lot of these items are end product items, and I don't use them for constant production. I'm going to use them in miners in the coming patch. Next patch, I'm going to use them in buildings or vehicles or whatever. So that means that I just need to have them. I don't need them at 45 a minute or 10 a minute or whatever. That's not really important. So basically, what I'm doing is I'm setting up here through this Satisfactory calculator from Kirk McDonald. I'm just adding in all of these items, and then I want to make. I either need to make or want to make, whatever. So I'll be making AI limiters with supercomputers anyway, so I can take that away since that's inherent. I have circuit boards being made already for computers and AI limiters, so that'll split there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a split at the output of all of these machines, and I'm going to run them to some kind of storage system. Maybe even on the same level, my top level where my manufacturers are. I just sort of take them to the right or left or whatever, and just have a series of containers that just dump off everything from a splitter. I might do that down at the bottom. I'm not sure. I've been trying to figure out where I want to put my container network because originally I wanted to do it on the bottom level, but I've had to travel. It's a lot of travel to go from the top to the bottom or back and forth in that vice versa sense. So I'm thinking I might want to put the storage somewhere in the middle area. So I'm not sure yet. But for now, what I'll do is I'll just put some basic containers up there, the Mark 1 containers, and then fill them up with all of these other things. So I have motors, computers. I need those things. I actually don't need to mark this is required for high-speed computers, so I don't have to have that. What else am I not making? I don't make any fabric, but that I don't care about. I already make I make modular frames, that's right. I don't have any encased industrial beam production. No, that's not true. I have that too. Okay. So for motor, I need rotor and stator. So that production I'm just going to have set up. This is already running. This is running. I don't have any explosive stuff. I do have compact coal now. Compacted coal. Wow, they have silica. Interesting. That is cool. All right. Huh. Oh, that's right. Well, it is in the game as a recipe now. So, in reality, there's not too much I need to set up here. So I need to set up endpoint, supercomputer, computer, which actually I need computers for that anyway. So why isn't it listed here? Why am I missing? There it is. So, all right. So motors and supercomputers are the only things I need to try to put together right now, because everything else is actually being produced here. Computers, AI limiters, which I really don't need many for. I just need them for. What are the smart splitter or something like that? High-speed connectors I use for the electrical stuff, the Mark III electrical pole. Rotors I use. Stators I don't use it for anything in particular. So what I'll do is probably... I did set up already a temporary motor production area just to have them produced. I could show you that. And then I'll go over what the other stuff I've done. Alright, so on this assembler level here, what I did was I set up in the back. I just set up 2 feed containers here for wire and quick wire. These are 2 Mark I containers, wire, quick wire, and then 1 double container, industrial, for pipes, and which I guess are out. There we go. So what pipes are inherent to both the rotor and the stator. So I feed that into both assemblers, and then one with the recipe of quick wire and one with the recipe of wire. And then they come out into their respective overflow containers, which are probably empty. And then they are going to go into an assembler. Oh, okay, so it's backed up. Alright, that means that this container is full of motors? No, it's not. So they're backed up just purely from the production time here of 3 per minute. I've underclocked this machine to 60% just so I can back up that other container a little bit here. These 2 containers. So the stator doesn't get the backup because I've actually preloaded the rotor. I filled the rotor section in the assembler. So I have motors being made here just basically because I drop in a bunch of materials. Let me see. I'm just gonna grab some more wire. We'll go put that into the container over there. What it seems like is that pipes are well, of course they're they are the ones being fed into both machines. So I'll just take all of this stalled production here on the modular frames. I'll just rob this pipe resource from this production and dump it into that pipe container, and that'll keep that going. So one of the I had in setting up this new factory, what I did was I put I was making the setup, creating the setup of the factory to match all of my production. So that's how I was slowly building things up. But I've kind of shifted my focus a little bit to be a little more preparation for the next release. So that means we're going to have aluminum production. We're going to have they're going to unlock aluminum and uranium, nuclear. So I'm trying to set up my factory a little bit to be prepared for that. I can't make the product yet. I can't select the recipe, but at least I can have machines set up based on what's on the wiki already to get things going. All right, so let's dump more pipes since clearly we are out here. Come on, there we go. All right, and I can put more of this in. Cool. Now I'm gonna need, and this still has quick wire, no problem. All right. So motor production, there it is. Now earlier I had set up, because of the aluminum production that's coming out, which is going to take silica and bauxite. What I did was I set up aluminum ingot production on the bottom or lower level. And now what I have, what I did is I set up bauxite storage so that it can feed that aluminum production right away. And what I thought about is that again, I don't know what the production is going to be on the aluminum. So I set it up via the wiki, current wiki information, and I have 3 bauxite nodes that are coming in, and then there's another 3 in the game, so which are more distant from my factory. So what I wanted to do is make sure I had a really solid flow of bauxite into my machines. So initially I had set up 4 rows of 7, so 28 containers. So that's essentially 1 row per belt to feed this series of machines I have set up. I decided that wasn't enough, so what I've done is I've set an additional 20 containers on top of each row. So that's 27 containers for each belt, and they are full of bauxite. And you can see they're all here, and they use the conveyor lifts to feed down through the containers. And then they come out here into the foundry system that I set up already for that, for producing it. And then it's going to go out that direction and go up to the next level where I already have the production set up to make the aluminum plates, and then that splits. I have a small section of that makes aluminum plates just to have plates, and the other section of it goes up to the next level for the assemblers, and that makes the aluminum heat sinks. So this is what I've also expanded, this storage system here. So again, looking at the base level stuff, stuff I need to produce, I have only steel production that's being made for the exact products I'm creating. So I have no excess, I have nothing else. So in order for me to have steel beams, in order for me to have more pipes, I needed to have more steel production. So what I decided to do was belt in more coal and iron. I have a ton of iron ore already, but since I was bringing in the coal, I brought in a little more iron ore from way over here, and more sulfur as well. So this all continues to come in from one belt line I have way off in the distance. And one of the alternate recipes for the steel ingot uses compacted coal. So I have a normal belt that's maxed out at 300, overclocked at 300, and then I have a normal coal belt and sulfur belt that are both maxed out at 300. So what I decided to do was make compacted coal out of those 2 belts. So I just set up a compacted coal production thing up here. I don't really use it for anything, but I thought I'll try it for this recipe. So I set it up here out of the way. Then what I did is I ran it down all the way to my steel production level down here. This new stuff I set up. And it works really well. But I just don't have enough. I didn't want to take the 3 pure belts of coal I have and make that into compacted coal just to make steel production. So I decided to feed those belts into the foundries using another alternate recipe, which uses iron ingots and coal, base coal. The iron ingots. All right, so to give you an idea, basic iron ore production, steel ingot production is one. You get 3 coal, 3 iron ore, and that gives you 30 per minute. So you have each belt is the same speed. So if you set up, you need 45 per minute for each belt. So that's 10 foundries on a max Mark IV belt. So that's fine and all, and it works really well. And that's how I have my original steel production set up. But when you choose the alternate recipe, using the iron ingot recipe instead of iron ore, you can do twice that. You can do 20. You can have one belt of iron ingots feed 20 machines, foundries, instead of just 10. And then but you still have the coal requirement. So you have 2 belts of coal to 1 belt of iron ingots for 20 machines. Now I happen to have 40 that I set up here in this line. And I took 2 iron ore belts. I had their pure. And so I basically, what I did is I set up 15 smelters up here above it. 2 rows of 15 smelters. And then they both make the iron ingots, which then gets belted down to that level with the foundries here. Sorry. And then into the machine. So that's what I'm actually setting up right now. I'm going to finish that. I'm missing 1 belt of coal. I know where there's another 3 pure nodes, so I'll be bringing that over as well today at some point. So, and then the coal comes down. This belt here is empty because that's going to be one of the coal belts. So what I'm finishing up right now is setting all of these belts that feed into this system here up. So I'm almost done with that. Now I've got so I'm going to run the ingots now for the last row of 20. They're on this bottom belt. So I will set a splitter here. Do I have this? Yes. All right, so that is there, and it's going to come in input this way. Try this again. All right. Okay. Is that right? Nope. Okay. Make sure I get this here lined up. All right. So, gosh, that's not right either. What's going on with this? That is right there. Okay, so right on the edge. Okay. Yes. All right, so now what I'm going to do is there is a belt up top here that I'm going to bring across. I need to remove the splitter I'm standing on. But what I'm going to do is bring that across, and then I'm going to take it down on the outside to the bottom with a conveyor lift and feed that. So let's take this away. I'm gonna have to set this one up again. I'll leave that belt. Oh, I'm gonna have to put this belt back. Not gonna be able to do that. Well, I don't have a choice. All right. First thing I want to do then is set this upper belt going. So there's a collision with the conveyors on the top part with belts, an encroachment thing. Not on the bottom part, for whatever reason. So you have to make sure that you set things up in a specific order. So let's, all right. So now what I'm going to do is put, I'm going to put a splitter on the belt. That takes the direction of the belt. So that it sets the input to the flow of the belt. So if I set up my belts going this way, and I put the splitter on it, it's going to be going the wrong way because I want to bring the input down from the outside instead of from left to right. Also, when you put these belts down, they flow in the direction from start to finish. So when I choose here as a start and I go to the right here, then that's the flow of the belt, and which is the direction I want, which goes into the actual machines. So now what I will do is put this splitter back that I took off. I should be able to, yes, nice. And if you look, the orange arrow on the left side of the screen there and the green arrow on the right, and that's because the orange is the input and that's the flow of the belt in that direction. So now I'm just going to, I can't snap anything, so I'm just going to visually use this stackable conveyor pole to give myself representation. Now I hope this will still, yeah, okay, good. So autosave doing its thing as usual. All right, so that's set up again. So now I can get rid of this that I had set up just for placement. I can get rid of this. I can run my belt back into this. I can just get this. Come on. So many things for this thing to connect to. That's the problem. Can't figure out what it wants to do. I may not even be able to get it. I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's trying to snap to the top belt right up here. There's a blue thing inside that belt. So I'll start here in the machine. All right. And it's still trying to, you see it's snapping left and right. It's not snapping actually right in front of it. It's trying to snap to the conveyor poles. So things might be just a little bit too tight here. So what I'm going to do is remove these for now. And now I can snap it in. All right. I'm going to put them back now. Now that that's set up. Let's see, that is... No, okay. That's why. So I was really embedded there. All right. So they're back in. Fantastic. So now I'm going to have a splitter on the bottom. And I will bring over, so I'll rotate this so my input is here. That's all lined up. So what I will do is I'm going to set up a conveyor lift, start it here on the bottom, and rotate it like that. So now it's going to take this input on the top, right. Oof, why are we crunching? Interesting. We should be, all right. Let me get up onto a spot where I don't have a million things in between me. That's still got a million things in between. All right. I got power lines in the way. I've got a lot of stuff in the way of trying to connect this belt up. All right, let's see. I can connect from here to, you know, I actually think it's because I put that back. Yeah, it's encroaching on the splitter. All right. And this isn't going to work anyway. Oh, this is tight. So my issues are I'm encroaching on splitters all over the place. So I have to be able to set these belts. This is kind of a puzzle, I guess, if you will. I have to set these belts down in the right order so that they don't encroach. So what I can do is I don't have to put this splitter here first. So let's take this away. All right. I'm only going to use these as placeholder poles, and then I'm going to remove them. This is just here to set up. All right. And I'm going to need to drag across this coal belt here, all the way across. So I'm going to do that now. So this is going to be set up. Gosh, that's not going to work. I need to pull it out of the splitter. That's my problem. I need to have all the splitters in place so I can do this stuff, but I can't because they encroach on everything. I can probably, when you have the splitter angling down, when you have an angled belt, you kind of have to make sure that it's in alignment. You can't have too much of a deviation. The closer you are, the less your deviation you're allowed. So right now I'm close, just close enough to where the belt will be allowed to go down at that angle. So I can't have any lateral deviation, any side-to-side stuff. So, but when you're on the same level, parallel, or on the same level where the inputs are and the outputs, you can actually deviate. You can deviate slightly, and the belt will curve. So I'm wondering if I can just slightly move this bottom splitter on this particular machine, just enough to where I can deviate the belt shape a little bit, bend it a little, just so I can add the other stuff together. All right, these belts are here. It's not going to work. I need to. I can't add the splitter. So I need mounting points. Really is what it comes down to. So if I put this pole here, it'll act as a mounting point for a conveyor lift right here, which will be the same as the splitter being present. So now if I run this up, you see here's the problem. The top is green, which is output, not orange, which is input, and I need to bring those in. So I'm gonna put a belt down here. I'm gonna run it, I will run it this way from left to right. So now if we put this conveyor lift, you can see that it's orange instead of green. I should be able to take this in. Oh, it's not the right shape. Interesting. Oh, so maybe I don't need. Let's do this. Let's just run this in. We'll take away these stands. Put this in like that. Wow, okay, so the distance was the issue. I'm gonna set this back one more notch here. One more snap on the. I hope this fits. Let's see if I can squeeze this in or if I'm gonna encroach. No, I'm not encroaching. Okay, so let's get our belt going the correct way. I have another issue I haven't told you about, but we'll get to that in a minute. There we go. Okay. So that's correct. Oh, and I think, I hope we can connect that to a splitter. We're going to find out soon enough. All right. So the next splitter I need to add is the upper one so that I can run the belt across. So that it will be set up so I can put the next splitter down and then run those together. I don't actually need I don't actually need this here right now, but I'm going to keep it. All right, so we'll set up our other alignment belt here. There we are. That runs in that way, and we'll put a splitter down. I'm going to stand under this to use it as a visual alignment here to get it centered. And this will be close enough. Now I can remove these placeholder items, these alignment items, and then we will put in the belts and see if those will all feed. First thing I'm going to do is check to make sure that this still works, and it does. And we'll run this belt into here, and we'll run this belt all the way to here. And coal is flowing. Fantastic. So now I can try to set down this splitter, rotate the input orange arrow to the right one, let autosave save again. I wish I could disable autosave, honestly, or set it to every 10 minutes or something. I don't know. So this I think, is that the right alignment? No, that's where I thought it was. This is where I need it to be. Yeah, okay. So now I need to know, can I get a belt in here? It's not snapping, it's trying to run on the platforms. Oh! No. I can't get it to snap in here, so I think I might need to. Alright. God, I hope this snaps and doesn't encroach now. So, man. So now the problem is oh, I know how to solve this. Okay. Need to undo a little bit here. Again, go backwards. Standard undo here for the game. All right. So we're going to set this up first to where this input would need to be. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to run a belt straight into the machine from the conveyor lift. This is going to act as an alignment belt. But this time we're not going to remove the alignment belt because it actually does what we need it to do. It allows us to place the splitter onto the belt that is already set up for the configuration we need. And then we just run the belt out of the side and go all the way down. This should work. So I'm going to rotate this. I don't want you to snap there. That's not very nice. So let's set up this alignment thing again. I'm going to Let's see, you were here. All right, and I'll set up a belt. So I'm gonna make it a Mark IV belt because that's the input I need into the splitter, and I need to make sure that that is actually getting set up properly. Now, why do I care? Well, I normally set Mark III belts on the inputs into the machines out of splitters just because that speed is fine for feeding the machines. And the Mark IV belts are the higher speed belts, which actually distribute the parts to the other machines faster. So I should be able to rotate this. Set this like this. Okay. Okay, well, that's working fine. So I don't really care if one Mark IV belt is there. I usually have one at the end of the chain. It's not going to kill me at all. If this is the way it works, I'm going to be happy with it. We'll set up these alignments again here for the coal coming in. And then afterwards I can put this splitter down after I've run that coal belt. So let's do all right, fantastic. Now, again, I still haven't told you about another issue I have with clearances. You may have already figured it out, or not. All right, so we're gonna run our Mark III belt in. Now we'll run our Mark IV all the way down for this level. Okay, so now we're gonna put in the splitter right here. So we'll slide this along and just visually use the upper belt as kind of a centralized centering aid. I did click my mouse button, but the autosave kicked in or something. I don't know. It's very coincidental that when I add objects to the world, it hangs up and slows. So I don't think that's autosave all the time. I think there's something else happening where I have so many objects in the game that it's doing something where maybe it adds it to the list or a database or I don't know. And I might be able to change this belt, which does not change the entire thing. Yes, that is still a Mark IV belt in there. I can tell because it has the dots on the belt itself. And this Mark III belt does not. So we still have the original setup that I wanted, and everything is in alignment. So now I'm going to add, shoot. Oh, wait, there we go. Yes. I thought it was going to be screwed up where it would not snap to anything except that. Okay, so now all we have to do is actually add splitters along this belt here. And you might notice I'm missing belts here. You would be correct. So what I need to do is I'm going to run this bottom belt out. So this is going to feed, this is the 20 machines, 2 groups of 20. So make sure this lands somewhere that's convenient, like there. And this last input here, these are going to the right, top left, bottom right. Yes, so that's going to go to here. Okay. It should be right. Let's see. Yes, top left, bottom right. All right. Now, the final issue. I'm blocking my belt. So this coal belt, the final, sorry, let me get up here. The final coal belt here, which is this upper one, the empty one, it can't get to its destination. So what I plan to do is sort of do a little S around the splitters here, the mergers. So I'm going to put this here, stack it too high, go where I can come around. So this should be sufficient. And then I will come back into here. Set this too high. And then I will come down to the next level I need here. So let's go ahead and run that belt now. So we'll take this away, which means I also do not need this. Let's try to fall into some crack here so I have some room. Put these together. So basically we're just taking a detour, we're going around the blockade. Again, I don't have that coal yet, so I need to go get that belt. Drag it in, and there's 3 pure nodes, I think, where I'm going to do that from. So I have to run 3 belts, which is fine. No, stop snapping. All right. So we'll put that here. In fact, I want to line that up. If I line it up with what I have pre-existing, I already know that the belt lengths, I already know exactly where the belt lengths are going to end up. It just so happens that we are actually where we want to be because we're going to start feeding into this machine right here. So I will put this right here, so just like that. Again, I just clicked and it freezes. It can't be coincidental that there's something to do with the fact that I'm adding another object. And in we go. So what we're going to do now, though, actually, we're not going to feed that in. We need a splitter set up on this. So we're going to set up our little placeholders. Okay, just like that. Just like we did earlier, multiple times. Except that this is not lined up, actually. All right, there we go. All right, this time I don't have any visual aid to line up this splitter. So I'm actually going to add a visual aid here. Just going to add this one right here. And now I can use this as a visual aid as best I can here. And then I will remove it. You might notice here, see I'm in deconstruction mode if you hit the F key. I put down the whole belt as one item, and then I put the splitter on it. So now it's actually chopped up. So if you look, I'm deconstructing on this side, it only does that little tiny piece. But on this side is that tiny piece. It's not the whole belt, whereas if I deconstruct this one, it's the entire belt. So that's how this works. Originally, before they fixed it, you would end up with a belt chunk in the middle of the splitter. And that belt chunk was whatever it happened to be, Mark 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. That chunk stayed there for the life of the splitter. Now it's separated I don't know if they delete the belt piece or what, but they fixed it. They did a great job fixing that. Right, and I need to connect this all the way down. Let's see how far this goes. I don't think it's going to go the whole way. No. Okay. All right. So we will add this one to here. And it's going to be going into the last one, so we'll add a stand here. There we go. No. All right. Oh, it's coming along. Now, why am I even doing all this? Okay. As I mentioned earlier, I don't have pipe, and I don't have more pipe and more steel beam production. When I was looking through the recipes for the upcoming release stuff, let's see if we look at this here. All right, so here's turbo motors. It's used in Mark III miners, which I am going to need. Needs motors, which is why I kind of set that up and running, because I didn't have that. So I'll have a good stock of motors. It needs radio control units, aluminum heat sinks, and it needs rubber. Okay. So if I look at ingredients, I need rubber. Fine. The other stuff is produced. So if I look at motors, radio control units, and aluminum heat sinks, I'll open these things up here. Motors, I need rotors and I need stators, both of which have alternative recipes for pipes. Okay, so stay with me. Computers, more rubber, the crystal oscillators, and then we have aluminum heat sinks. All right, so the heat sinks are rubber. So right now we have a lot of rubber. So I have rubber production already set up. So we have rubber here, rubber there, and rubber here as well. So right now it's a ton of rubber. And for the motors, we have pipes for both of these. And if I look at computers, there are alternative recipes, rubber. So we'll be doing rubber, quick wire computer recipe. So again, that's more rubber. So, and this is all for the turbo motor, just to get the turbo motor. And I haven't gone into any of the other stuff yet. I'm saying a lot. All right, so we need steel pipe for that. We also use steel pipe for the heavy modular frame. And yes, so we have two sources of steel pipe that we need. I already have the heavy modular frames being produced. So that has pipe solely for that purpose. Plus I use pipe for the encased industrial beams, I think. So it seems like pipe and rubber are really a heavy kind of thing here. What else is going to be made? Well, the point is, I needed more production for that. And in order to get that on a flow, I need to be able to set it up. So there it is. Now you have it. I have marked where the every 10 is so that I would know which belts to feed in. So let's finish running this belt here, since it took a little detour nicely. Everything's set up. All right, so let's put the splitter for the last input here. We'll just put these down while we're already here doing this to complete this up. Build this, and then we will run coal over Might as well run all 3 coal belts. If we're going to run one, we might as well run all of them. It's not really that much more of an effort. I have the resources anyway. Is that the wrong one? That's the wrong one. Did I screw that belt up? I screwed it up. We'll run this again. Yes, okay, so now it's upper again. When you set the splitters on the belts, on top of the belts like I'm doing now, sometimes it causes the belts to get a weird double belt overlap split thing going on. And you can tell because you can see, if you're looking at the belts, they have even spaced lines on the outside, ribs, whatever you want to call them. You'll end up seeing this overlapping one. And that sometimes causes the belt to not flow properly, at least for me. So I replace the belt when I have to when I get that. It's not always there. So when I remove a splitter, I look to see if the belt got a little wacky. And if it did, I just replace the belt. Alright, coming along nicely. Behind my character right now is all of my aluminum production machines. All of the foundries I set up for prepping for that aluminum production that's coming. Now, I'm not going to be upset, but it's going to be funny if they just change how the whole aluminum thing works, because it's not out yet. I think it's still, the info we have is still based on, I think, alpha or something. So it's likely, or it's possible rather, that they will change how that works. And then everything I set up is going to be irrelevant. This line here. So what I also learned is the alternative recipe for aluminum is silica and limestone. Well, that's a 2-part recipe, which silica limestone instead of bauxite. So maybe all I needed to do, maybe I just need to feed in limestone instead of bauxite, which I don't think is going to be right. I'm not sure. So we'll just wait till that plays out. But right now I'm feeding bauxite and silica into these foundries for aluminum, coming aluminum. I've already put these foundries down. They're already set up and selected for the alternate recipe here of iron ingots and coal. They all have power. They're ready to go to work. So let me just connect up these belts. And these are going to output to the, I'm going to go continue to follow the flow of their output and go up to the level above where the constructors are going to be, and they're going to make the pipes, etc. So I haven't set any of that up yet. It's basically a repeat of what I'd already done for the heavy modular frame production and encased industrial beams. Now the reason I'm just going to make the minimum I need to produce these sort of end product items is because I just need to make sure I have kind of I have a supply of this stuff. If I can fit myself in between here. All right, so I'm happy that all of these belts fit together because it started to get a little tight in here. when I set these machines up, I put down splitters ahead of time to adjust my spacing, so I know. I put down a splitter to get the idea of my spacing for my other machines, and then I put a machine after that just to make sure that I have the distance I need, and then I even put a merger after that to make sure I have the full width I need, and then I take it all away, and then I put a full row down. Because once you put your first machine down, you end up with an alignment line for the next one, and the next one, next one. So once I have that stuff lined up, it's very easy to follow through with the rest of those. And I am, all of my production is based on the belt feed. So if I can feed a Mark IV belt 450 parts per minute, resources per minute, then that's what I look at the input-output numbers on these different products I'm trying to make, and I match it to the resources I can feed it instead of overclocking or underclocking. If I don't have to do an overclock or an underclock, then I don't. And if you set everything up to match properly, then the numbers should just go right on in. And I wasn't quite sure why a lot of the things in the game match up. 30 per minute, 45 per minute, etc. The numbers match. So 450 resources per minute on a Mark IV belt will feed. Oh, you're snapping wrong. You can do it. You can do it. So 450 a minute, you divide that by 10, you get 45. So if you have a resource that needs 45 per minute input, you can do 10. You can feed 10 machines with a Mark IV belt that's full. But then you have these weird numbers. You have 22.5 and some other off numbers, or rather different numbers. So I didn't know why they did that. So you have different feed rates on these. When I watched I was watching Coffee Stain videos on the developer spotlights, and one of them is a game designer and lead game designer for them. And he mentioned that they did that on purpose to create a kind of puzzle system for figuring out how you needed to feed these machines by having different input rates. So for instance, you have, even on this recipe, it's 22.5 per minute on the ingots and 45 on the coal. So that's why there's one belt for the coal that feeds 10 machines, and 22.5, if you divide 450 by 22.5, you get 20. That's why you can feed 20 machines with the ingots, and you can feed 10 machines with one belt of coal if you're doing a full Mark IV belt. So it actually works out. But plastic, for instance, puts out 22.5 per minute with a 30 input. Rubber is 30 in, 30 out. So you kind of have to go, okay, well, wait a minute, I've got an oil belt that's 450. I can feed 20 machines for plastic, but I can only feed 15 machines for rubber. So it makes it a little bit weird when you try to shift, if you need to quickly shift your resource production from one to another, the machine requirement is different. So you would need more refineries to have the same output of plastic than you would for rubber. Oop, more of these splitters to put down, and I actually can't walk between here, can I? Yes, I can. Nice. All right, so we're almost done laying down all these splitters and hooking up these belts. And I've the back line, as I call it here, of belts, the ones carrying the coal, they're raised. So the front line goes straight in, and the back line comes in at an angle, this way. So And you need the right amount of spacing in between there so that the belt height will actually function. But I'm actually running 2 belts stacked right behind the machines. But I have another row of belts which is feeding in as it goes along. And I did that on purpose because I don't like the belts to overlap each other. So I didn't have a lot of space here because I have the aluminum set up behind it. So I couldn't conveniently just have 1 row of belts in the front that went directly in on a certain level, and then the belts in the back that just went from a longer distance and they would just feed in. I did that on the my silica production because I had the space for that. I didn't have it with this, so what I decided to do was I set up a 2 double belt row behind the machines for the right distance to go down at an angle. And I replicate this double belt system all the way down. And it was easier to do that because of the iron ingot belts feeding the 20 machines instead of 10. So that belt, which is the bottom belt for the whole length of all 40 machines, it was much easier to run that 1 belt that way. And then I just feed in coal on the back side. I bring it on the back. So there's the 2 belts. So when I need the next coal belt, it comes in from the back and the back and the back. All right, we're almost done here. I hate running belts from distances with all the resources. I really hate that. And I think it makes for some rather tedious gameplay watching, but it is what it is. But actually, shouldn't be too bad. I have belts that are running kind of... They're not coming directly from the same area, but the belts that I run from this location of coal will have... They will meet up with another series of belts coming in from another location. So I won't have to do as many stackable conveyors as I would have to do normally if that was not the case. So it's a bit less work. So I currently have no steel beam production. I haven't had a lot of production of a lot of things for over a month, but I have made so many prior. Hey, Top DJ. Good morning. I know this will fit. There it goes. How you doing today? So it's good to if you can consolidate things and bring materials, meet resources. If I can say this right, as you're bringing resources into your base, it's good to merge them with pre-existing stackable poles. So then you just add them to the top or whatever, as it were. So it makes things a little bit easier to run into your base or wherever. I am excellent. Thank you for asking. Just doing more factory stuff. So me setting up this steel production, I've had a lot of iron ore that has just been pure belts that I ran in that I haven't been doing anything with. So I thought, I know where more coal is. I'll bring that in and just start some extra steel production because I'm going to need this stuff anyway. And I've had these other belts just hanging out forever. So that's all hooked up now. I think. Let's see if I can get this. Come on, there we go. All right. So, all right. Now we just need to bring the coal in. And then nice little detour. Cool. All right. Okay, time to stock up on what I need. So let's dump off what I don't. I'll need plates and rods, so I'm going to need more rods. And I'm going to need a lot more encased industrial beams. So let's go stock up. This is, yeah. Oh, and fuel too, apparently. Let's go take care of that first. So what are you up to today, Top DJ? Okay. All right, that's good. Work is good. Gives you what you need to pay the bills and buy computer stuff. Go on trips. All right. So let's get a belt push. Oh, look, frame rate. Come on, get up here. Gosh. Oh, I didn't grab rods. All right, we'll get this first. I'm not sure how many I'm going to need. I'm going to run 3 belts down quite a bit. I think I will try to fill this mostly up. Yeah, and I'll just take 2 rods. Let's just give ourselves a little extra room in case we find something like hard drives or... Yeah, it should be good. All right, so I'm glad I could provide you with background noise. And rods, so let's go get some rods. You can see I started to try to wall in my factory. So that's a work in progress because I need to make sure that my walls are not blocking any expansion that I need. I mentioned I needed rubber production, so that's where that is right now. Where am I going? This is the assembler level, so... God. So this... I need to go up one more level here. There we go. Let me get up. There we go. There we go. Rods. So I don't have a central storage. I need to kind of figure out a storage setup. So we'll go out the front side, if you can call it the front side, this way that points westy. Alright, so, oh God, I just cannot take this. Alright, that radar tower in the distance up there is 3 pure nodes of coal, I believe. I don't need all 3 yet, but I already have compacted coal production and don't do anything with it, so I just put up a stack of containers just to fill them up. I have all 17. I'm pretty sure I have all of the geysers connected with geothermal generators on the map, which is 17 supposedly according to the websites, you know, those map websites for Satisfactory. So I don't burn fuel. I mean, right? I don't have production maxed out, but I've got 6.2 gigawatts. And some of that is from fuel generators, but they're hardly working. Some of them not at all. So until I have all this production online, I won't know what my actual energy needs are. So this is where I'm going to come in, right here. So I know I'm bringing in 3 belts, so I can put this. And then I don't have to run stackables. I need miners. And I need shards. So let's head back and let's get what I need for those Mark II miners. Ride the limestone highway here. I had to move my hub over a little bit so I could put these platforms down. I forgot about. I should be able to make those right here. So there's 3 of them. I need 2 shards each. So let's take 9. We'll be fine. Oh, I put a hard drive in. I unlocked all the recipes, I think. So let's see if this gives me the hard drive back. Does. Okay. Oops. I didn't have space. Yeah, there it is on the ground. So I've unlocked all the alternative recipes, which is good. Wait, did I? I didn't finish them here. All right, I can do that when I come back. That's fine. So we need miners. So I'm gonna put my little checklist up here. I need pipes. Okay. Let's go get pipes. Which means I don't have enough space. So we're going to grab a stack of 100 pipes. I only need 30. And I do not have enough space for 6 slots I need to dedicate to those stupid personal miners. Which means I do not have space for 6 stacks. 600 encased industrial beams. That's a lot of space to give up. I'm gonna need to run power. Make sure I have that. And I think I have enough concrete. So I think we're gonna sacrifice a little items here because I really want to make sure that I have enough for belts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can take 1 more of these. All right. All right. So we'll just fill this up. And then we can head out and get our coal, our much needed coal. And that will, I have another belt of sulfur that I'm not doing anything with. So I could set up black powder production with that, just to have it. Is one of those things to have. Everybody wants for Christmas, black powder. It's a very easy thing to buy, actually, in real life, too. Well, in the United States, anyway. I'm not sure about anywhere else. Okay, I'm half dead. So let's eat some tasty mushrooms. Make sure I'm going the right direction here. Yes. So this is where I'm heading. I'm heading to the shitter, and we're gonna get this all the way up there. So I'm gonna be using conveyor lifts to bring that stuff down. Is that a slug over there? Probably not. Okay. So I have power because they're the geothermals. The most convenient thing, I mean, granted, those geothermals give you 200 megawatts each for free. I mean, essentially, no maintenance free, that is. But the really awesome side effect I didn't realize, I didn't think about it when I was putting these generators down, is that they're spread all over the map. So when you start bringing in resources from all over the map, you've got power already. Very close. So that's what we're going to do. I've already run power up to that radar tower on the top of that hill. So we have power for the miners already. Ready and waiting. I'm going to have to build some platforms, I'm sure, here. Come on, just go up. I'm going to save, because if I die, I'm reloading. I'm not even going to respawn, because that's just garbage. Sometimes I die because it's auto-saving. It freezes the game, and then it, when I'm in the middle of a jetpack, and I was calculating my fuel, so all of a sudden I shoot way up in the air because of a bug or something, and I have no fuel left to break my fall, so I die. It's like, okay. Hey, Spook Show. Well, Top DJ, the radar towers reveal the map. I will show you here as soon as this thing is done saving. And it's supposed to be an ever-increasing radius to its maximum radius. So we look at the map. The radar tower has this, essentially this kind of radius that it does. And the higher it is, apparently, according to the text description, the higher it is, the more it covers. So I have one radar tower here, the asshole, and this one, I guess it's auto-saving. I have no idea. And I think this curve here is the radius. The final radius. But this doesn't seem... I'm not sure how this radius is playing out. I've actually run down all through here and exposed this part of the map. So the funny thing is I've actually traveled to almost all of the places anyway. So the radar towers are relevant. But essentially, if they say if you place them in 4 specific spots on the map, you will end up revealing everything, which I guess is fine. But it doesn't reveal resources, it just reveals the map, which, I don't know, I guess that means something. I guess it's important, because you can always just go on the map. This is a tall hill here. Luckily, we don't have to go where that radar tower is. Top DJ, do you want to see what this thing looks like when you activate it or whatever? Like, I'll go up to the radar tower and I can show you when you, what do you call that? Configure the radar tower. Okay, so you can name the tower. So these got appropriate names because I hate them. So this tells you the current scanned area and maximum scannable area. So when you first put the tower down, this center ring is the first thing. Then after every 5 minutes or so, or 10 minutes something, there's some timer interval, it'll go to the next ring and the next ring and the next ring. So this tells you, this timer here will tell you when the next pulse or ring is, and then it tells you how much percentage it's scanned. So in this case, it's at its maximum area. And it uses 12 megawatts, I think. 30 megawatts, so this is expensive. But I don't know if it needs 30 megawatts always or only when it scans. In fact, looking at the map, this is revealed. Okay, I'm going to turn this tower off. Paused. Okay, so it's still showing things. Once the map is revealed, it's fixed. So why do I need it on? So I'm turning this off. I save 30 megawatts. And when I get back to the other base, my main base, I'm going to turn that other one off and save another to it. So I have saved 60 megawatts because I don't need it anymore. This is a pretty cool place to have a base. I know Spook Show has a giant mega platform over a lot of this stuff. Way high in the sky. Way up there. Can you see it? No, you can't because it's too high up there. Alright, there's one of the coal nodes, and then there's some over here, I think. Yep, alright. Let's put down our miners. Our jailbait. Where am I going to take this here? I think there's 3. I only need 1, so whatever's over here, I'm just going to grab it anyway. Let's see, that's where I'm going to go. Oh, there it is. Okay. I think these are pure. Stupid trees. Man, all this stuff I'm going to have to upgrade. All these miners from Mark II to Mark III. Once that gets released in the game. Lag. Jesus. Yes, 3 pure nodes. Fantastic. So let's get ourselves power. The more I've played, the more laggy it gets, which makes absolutely perfect sense because the more you play, the more objects you put in the map. But to me, it was a bit coincidental because it started doing this after the last patch. So I'm not sure if it's actually because I have more objects in the game or there's something else happening. So I don't know. They're online. Okay. I only need 2 per machine because I will set them to 188%. so that they are a Mark IV belt. I know the frame rate's horrible here. This is not the stream, this is the game. So I just keep pressing the button and hope I get to my destination. When I play in a newer game, a newly started game, then I don't seem to have as much lag, but I don't know. I've turned all that quality and everything down. It's early access. It's not optimized, so I can't really complain about that, because I enjoy most of the aspects of the game. All right, so now we just need to run our belts out. I'm going to be going to two conveyor lifts, but you know what? I'm going to take some, I'm going to build some platforms that kind of come out far enough to where they go out far enough so that I can go just straight down instead of over all of these bumpy hills here. All right. I don't have a whole ton of concrete either. That's a problem. That's actually a problem. I'm going to have to go get more concrete. All right, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to drop... I'm going to build out the concrete. Then I'm going to start traveling, not yet, traveling back to the base, and about halfway I'm going to drop maybe 5 or 6 stacks of these encased industrial beams on the way back to get some concrete. I don't have to go too far because right here was my old steel production, so there's a bunch of concrete there and encased industrial beams too. So what I'll do is just grab that, come back, and put up some more platforms. So is this far enough? Probably not. Do all right. Well, in this case, now that I'm here, over here, I will run this way. Feeling like I want to blow something up, so let's do that. Frame rate. I will say though that this constant game freezing has made it has made the game a bit of a pain in the ass because oh, you can't blow those up. That's interesting. Why can't you blow that up? I can come over here with a chainsaw and I can cut it with a chainsaw. Why can't I blow it up? Maybe they didn't want you to blow it up by mistake because there's still a resource plant for eating. Oh my God, look down. There we go. So, and I don't care about that shit. All right, so let's go. I don't need any spot for the shards. I definitely don't need iron ingots. Well, let's run what I can run here before I head down. Okay, so we will go. Now, luckily, I'm not very far away from my factory, so this isn't too much of a pain in the butt. And it's only 3 belts, which will eventually merge into a pre-existing belt system. Making less work in the process. So let's see. We're gonna go this here. No, not good. Okay, that's what we want. Okay, we'll run this one up to the top level. Can't see anything. All right. Keep forgetting to double click here. Okay, let's go ahead and get this stuff connected, then we'll drop down. I know that the conveyor lifts are not going to go all the way down. So I'm going to have to use a sort of a hand-holding, handshake kind of thing. So you'll have one that comes down and it'll hook into another one which will go down. So it'll keep continuing the length to the bottom. So I'll start with this bottom belt, which will give me an alignment location. So we'll just jump down. If I can get down, here we go. I still take damage. All right, so snap that. Okay, let's try that again. Alrighty. Hope it's not too far. It's too far. So let's try this again over here. Why don't you snap to that? All right. Let's see. Hey, KR Gaming, long time no see. There we go. So you can see that's as far down as I can take that. But all I have to do then is add another one onto the end, like that, and keep going as far as it will take it. I'm doing good. Right now I'm trying to run in some more coal belts into my factory from a distance. So they're going to run over to that direction there. So now I'm using conveyor lifts to bring it from this hill way up here all the way down to lay bottom. Which happens to be a good height there. Cool. Now the next two. I want to try and set this up so I can do it from the bottom up because I don't have any snapping points up top. So I want to create these snapping points down here so that they are already going in the right direction. Then I can snap it to the bottom, it gets the right direction, and I just build it up. Yeah, I remember that. Something happened with it? So what we'll do is set up here is a stackable like that, and then actually that might do the trick here. So the laptop's just dead. Now what is that? That sucks. That is bad news. Alright, I don't want to go all the way up there yet. I'm going to have to travel back to the top platform again so that I can connect this final one. Hey, iGlitch, how you doing today? Sound like I'm from New York or something. How you doing? Do you have pictures? Yeah, KR Gaming, that sucks. When the warranty runs out, right before you need it. That's the worst. Trying to think of where I'm going to go here. I think I'll fly up to this one. If I have enough fuel. I've had enough auto saves in here. I'm going to save the game now. Oh, okay, KR Gaming. You gonna do Unity? Or are you just doing .NET programming? Oh, so you're gonna run the alternate iron recipe. What is it? The one iron ore and one copper ore? Is that what you're doing there, iGlitch? Alright, see you later, KR Gaming. Alright, cool, KR Gaming. Good luck with that. It's really fun stuff. I hate these crisscrossing belts, but they let you do it. What are you gonna do? That's a nice setup. Oh, thanks. I didn't make it. I just chose settings, but I just thought that thought that looked good. I think it's called PUBG setting or something on Restream. Not that this is PUBG. All right. So here we go. Resume my attempt to not kill myself. Yeah, that worked horribly well. All right. Yeah, it is symmetrical and sensical. Absolutely. Lag. What is with this crap? Yeah, I try to do that too, and guess what? I have all this, what is this silly? Yeah, floor too steep, and that happens to be the whole way down as I fall. There's nowhere I can put it under me, of course. But I have had it save my life sometimes. Okay, I am not going to be able to see this from here. I hope that, let's put it this way. Hope this works. Ah, shoot. Yes. Why aren't these? Oh, I never connected them up over here. All right. Wait, that's not true. I connected. Okay, that one's gonna, well, why isn't this one? Oh, what the hell? Okay, that didn't at all hook up like I wanted it to. Okay, that one is flowing. And we'll wait for this one to feed in. There it goes. So now let's, we're done with up here. At least we should be. I don't know how much concrete I have. Not a lot. Wait, not enough. So let's see. Looks like everything's flowing. Let's wait for the final one to show up. There it is. So now we can run this crap and stop dealing with that hill. Let's see. We're going to need to go up. Up there. All right. No. I'm just really trying to understand what I can do to make the game run better. I've turned down maybe my distance is too far. That's a little bit better. The textures are going to be memory based, and the distance is going to be triangles rendering. So that's actually probably the biggest draw, the biggest chunk of processing power. But if this helps to have everything at minimum, I'll do it. And I think, I'm not sure, but I'm wondering because on the Foundry, there's a spot where it looks like there's Z fighting. So where you have two mesh objects trying to fight for the same exact space. And if that's the case, then that is doubling that triangle count. And it happens. It's just a mistake when you're making meshes sometimes. You end up with, when you're copying things for a high poly, low poly mesh baking, you end up with a mistake sometimes where you have multiple models inside inside each other. It just looked like that. It might not be that way, but that's what it looked like. So I'm wondering if I have a lot of foundries, and if there are some other little mesh mistakes here and there, and all these machines I have quite a few of, then I have essentially a lot of extra triangles that are in the game that don't need to be there. Which would then cause... I'm not saying it is. It just looked like there was some mesh inside mesh action, which would cause a performance hit. But my machine is not the absolute state of the art. It's not a slouch, but it's not state of the art, which means that it could easily be that. Which part are you confused about? Okay. Everything, all 3D objects in all these game engines, actually in 3D period, they have vertices. And these are points in space that are supposed to represent a shape. Then they get connected, minimum of 3, and that creates a triangle face. And these faces are all over these models. And you think that it's solid, but it's actually a bunch of triangles together. And the engines triangulate all meshes. And the reason is, geometrically, it's faster to draw a triangle than it is to draw a quad, 4-sided polygon or greater. So you have anything greater than 3-sided polygon is called an n-gon. And actually greater than quad. So greater than 4 sides is called an n-gon. So that just means anything greater than 4. And those become much more complex to render for video cards. And you'll get a huge performance hit if you have those in a lot of them in your game, trying to render them. I'm not saying there's n-gons here, but I'm just noticing that it looks like there's a mesh inside of a mesh. What that means is you have twice as many triangles for that part than you need because there's 2 of them. So, and then of course every machine you put down that has 2 has 4, has 6, has 8. So it gets more resource intensive than it needs to be. I'll show you what I'm talking about when we get back to the factory. Assuming I can't make a foundry here right now. I can make one here now. All right. So this foundry isn't hooked up to anything. You can see it already here. All right. I could see it while I was in that mode. But this object right here, it looked like there was fighting. Let me see. It's not. Maybe I need to have power. So when we get back to the factory, I can show you what that is. I can even show you in an actual 3D program what that looks like. I need to go up. Hope this hope this goes up. Yeah. The thing is, though, you're not rendering triangles that aren't exactly in front of the camera. It's called frustum culling. So the base, I'm looking away from my base, so the base isn't being rendered because it's behind me. But as I turn, now it's actually being rendered. So in that case, it doesn't mess with the actual performance in the game constantly. It's only when it's in front of the camera. Going this way. All right. So when this game freezes up like this, like it's doing right now, I don't know if it's because of autosave or if it's just caching, or I have no idea why it's doing that. There's a video, if you look up yeah, it looks like it just autosaved. Okay, so it's autosaved. No clip. if you know who NoClip is, they did a documentary on the game, many games, but this one was Horizon Zero Dawn. And in that video, in that documentary, they talk about frustum culling, and they even show a visual example of it, which they probably got from somewhere else. I'm not sure, but it'll actually explain what that means, where it only renders what's in front of the camera. Because if you didn't actually cull or hide everything you weren't actually looking at, none of these games would actually run, because everything would be rendered all the time, and that would crush any system. Does it reach? Yes. I hope I don't run out of concrete. I'm going to run out of concrete. But I'll be right near my resources. All right, we're going to there. So let's... I think I have enough concrete. Nice. So how often does it autosave? 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. I wish I could change that to 10. Gosh. Actually, I wish I could change it to 20 or just turn the darn thing off. I'm not going to say I haven't benefited from the autosave. I'm just saying it's kind of a pain in the butt, the frequency that it's at. It would be nice to know how to turn that off. Maybe it's in a configuration file somewhere. Actually, it might be. Oh, I can't make it up there. Okay. I have checked the settings in the game here to the menu. Just did now. But there's no... under options. Gameplay, there's nothing about autosave. Or audio. Video. And controls, there's... This is for controls, not system-based stuff. So nothing under manage session. That's for networking. Yeah, that's it. So it's probably in the settings. There's an actual, probably a settings file that it's actually in, that I just need to turn a flag off or set something. Wait. R.save. Auto, no. Save, no, there's no setting I can address there. All right, so we are almost here. Keep filling my inventory with coal. Get out of there. Well, if you find an iGlitch, please pass it on. I'd love to be able to turn that off. Oh, we're almost here. Bringing in 3 belts because we need 1. Alright, let's just get a refill on concrete since we are right here. And we will add these poles. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do with the other 2 coal belts, but they're there if I need them. I guess I can turn 1 into black powder production. But it seems a bit of a waste. I only have a normal sulfur belt, so it's not equal. And a pure coal belt is more valuable than a normal belt. Any of them are. Okay, now here's the thing. The thing is, we're going to actually be coming down over here. But I have that run to the platform above here. So I think that comes in over... Yeah, I have it coming in over here right now, which is silly. So I will rotate it to come the other side. So we'll bring those up here. I'll just stop 2 there and then pull 1 off. As needed. Why can't portable miners stack? Is it because when you hold them, they're a very large object? But I mean, the relativity of the size in the game doesn't really mean that makes sense, because pipes are large. All of the objects are large that you drop onto the ground, so why can't you stack portable miners? Okay, Coal is flowing. Let's get this turned around here. Because if you're going to go, if you look in your inventory, right, you have, this takes up one whole slot. Apparently I made one more than I need. Okay. So this takes up one slot. Well, when you're going off on a distance and you're going to bring in many resources, so let's say you want to put down 3 miners, that means you have to sacrifice 6 slots instead of 1 slot. Why would this matter? This matters because you have to bring a lot of resources to be able to take those belts all the way back to your factory. And 100 units of encased industrial beams is sacrificed for 1 portable miner. And if you're doing a Mark II miner, you need 2. And Mark III miners, which are going to be released in the next update, they need 3. So to do 3 portable Mark III miners, you need 9 portable miners, which means you need to sacrifice 9 slots in your inventory. So what you can do is half the distance to wherever it is you're going to travel. You can set up containers and preload a bunch of resources so that you have them once you get to that halfway point. I've done that before, but it would be more convenient. So, I mean, if I throw this on the ground, you see the size here. Okay. It looks really awesome. If I throw this on the ground, see the size. It's like, okay, it's either the same size or it's a little bit bigger. I can stack this. I can't stack this. Why? So that's just a decision they made, obviously, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me anyway. I think I might be able to bring this over here. Let's try this. Where would this be? I don't know if the hub is going to be in my way or not. So we'll just put this here. Let's see if I can put this belt here. Yes, nice, okay. So this will probably go right into here. Yeah, I mean, it could easily be balancing, sure, why not? Absolutely, sure. And I mean, in this case, when I just ran those 3 miners because I was relatively close to my factory, it was irrelevant. It wasn't a non-issue. But when I've had to go quite a distance, so as an example here, I had to run coal from over here, and somewhere in here is 6 pure iron ore nodes. It's a starting area for one of the Rocky Hill thing or something. There's 6 pure nodes. There's a bunch of other pure nodes too. So I have 6 belts coming from there all the way back to this factory. And then there's 3 coal nodes I have, which I then join up and then run back. So in order for me to have enough belts to run three belts all the way back that distance, I'm going to have to bring more resources than I could, because I had to take 6 portable miners for the 3 Mark III miners, 2 miners rather. So that actually was it made a huge difference. So it just meant I had to go back and forth a couple times. It's not a game killer, but it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So it's a bit of a forced balancing thing, I guess. I don't know. Or they just didn't care. I mean, just like, okay, you don't need to stack these. I love the stackable conveyors. Really, really nice. Are you meaning that you literally just drag the belts and snap them on top of each other with the conveyor poles that come along, and you just stack them that way? Yeah, I attach the lifts to the stackable poles as well. You mean, wait a minute, what do you mean? You mean snap it to the end, like this, right? Or you mean on top? All steel production is online now, so only these have splitters. Let me see if I can show you what I was talking about. No, it's not on there. Maybe it's over here. Did they done a... Why don't I see this anymore? This is strange. This looks completely different now. All right. So if you look at here's the with the foundry, you want to focus on this spot right here. All right. So this part here on the front. I'll rotate this to the front. All right. So look at that spot. You can see that there is some sort of distortion in the black and white stripe. So what that is another 3D plane that's trying to occupy the same spot, or another 3D element. So if I place this down, while it's still glowing, while it's being built, you can actually see this better. So I'll place it down and I'll run up to the spot so you can see it. You see this flickering all around? That means that it's Z fighting, as it's called. There's two things trying to be in the same spot at the same time. Which means that there is more geometry there than there's overlapping geometry. They have changed the textures on these models. They look much better. It's much improved over when it first came out. Whew. 10 are already set up. That leaves 30 to do the output on. That's not a thing to worry about, really. It's just a performance hit once you start to get on a much larger scale. It's an unnecessary performance hit, but I'm sure there's other things that are keeping my computer from running smoothly. But I absolutely love the models. I turned the quality down on the, so it looks so triangle. You can see, actually you can see the triangles here that I was talking about. You see the sharp edges here? So that's There's a lot of triangulation there, and that the only reason it's doing a lot of triangulation now is because I turned down the quality. So Unreal Engine is reducing the different quality on the different elements. That's a lot of fuel generators. Oh my gosh. How many of them? I don't even want to count it. It's just a blur into the distance. What's wrong with geyser power? That's oh my god. I more than 24 on one side. It gets the stacks get pretty close to each other in the distance. Uh, give me 1 second. I need to check something. Yeah, count them because I want to know. Mm, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's true. Yeah. Makes sense, I glitch. So I mean, if that's how they do it in the game, fine. But there's a lack of logic behind it, I guess. Obvious logic. Obviously, they did what they did for a reason. It's just I don't know why they did it, and I don't have to know. They don't have to explain themselves to me. All right. So let's look at the output of these machines so I can see what I need to blend together. 445 per minute. So every group of 10 is going to be a Mark IV belt. So I'm going to have 4 Mark IV belts of steel ingots coming out. That's huge for just 10. So the alternate recipes are fantastico. That's for sure with this stuff. So I'm going to have, oh my God, I'm going to have a huge potential for production. In fact, this might be all of the steel production I'm going to need. Because let's put down a constructor real quick and see what this means. So there's only 2 things I'm going to produce with this, pipes and steel beams. So pipes are 1-to-1, and 15 a minute. That's 30 constructors for 1 belt, and I have 4 belts. I don't need that many. So, and the output is 15. So yeah, 30 constructors is 1 belt output as well. So I will probably need on the order of 2 belts at least. So 60 constructors. Wow, that's a lot of generators, man. How many refineries are you using to feed that, and are they overclocked? So if I look at the steel beams, wow. A lot of refineries for fuel. Steel beams are 3 ingots, so they're 30 in. That's 15 constructors for that. Yeah, it takes twice as many resources, and I only get out 10 per minute, so that actually sucks quite a bit. So as far as I know, I don't need any steel beams for anything except for Mark III belts, and I actually have a ton left over on the bottom floor. I think I'm not even going to care about this for a while until I run out. Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense, iGlitch. I want to use as much of my oil as I can for production, but that isn't even set up fully yet, so I don't even know what that means right now. I just know that what I have I'm using for production. So yeah, absolutely. You just add more fuel gens and you keep on going. Another 150 megawatts. Have a nice day. Is there? Oh, there's no alternate in any of these recipes. Okay. I can make coal with biomass. Yeah, I want to see that sky view. All right, take a quick break and I'll be right back. Let's see what you got here. Wow. Wow, look at all those belts coming in. So cool. That is really, really neat. Oh, I see. So there's your generator belt line. That looks crazy. All right, so now I have this. I don't have this completely set up with the ingots, so I'm gonna do that now, just so it's done. And I need to figure out. So that's 10 there. I'm gonna go back. I marked where my 10 are here. So here's, okay, so clearly I have more than 10. I think this was actually 10 here. Let's count it out. Oh, wait, I will be able to tell with the way the belts go in. Yeah, so, all right, so this one is 20 right here. Okay, I want to see that stuff. All right, wow, ironically, I took this platform out, foundation, and it is actually where we need to put this next merger. So we're gonna hotkey this up, and we're gonna run in from that direction out. So I'm just gonna place this here just so I know that it's 20, and I'm gonna run these, because when you get too far away you don't get the distance, you don't get the alignment line. So I still get it there. Yeah, now I don't get it anymore. So I'll just put this at distance here. And do I get the alignment line here? Finally? No. All right, so that is good. Now I can put this one back, knowing that I'm actually lining up properly. There we are. Now we will jump up. Oh, what am I talking about? No, I'm actually getting 4 belts, not 4 belts, not 2 belts. So this one actually, let's try and find this and we'll set this up. I'll have to remove those mergers that I just put down. So this is the last machine here. Okay. This is number 10. So I will take this. There we go. I'm ready for the picks. All right, I'm going to leave that last merger because I know, actually I already have that belt set up, so that's good. Now what I need to do, because of the encroachment issue with belts on mergers and splitters, I need to go ahead and place all of this, all these belts down first. And this is going to then be too high. So this one, I'll put it, is that right? I guess. Looks okay, yeah, all right. I can put that one here. I'm waiting. Where are the pics? They're still uploading? All right, now I can put this merger down. Swear to God, this game just waits for me to do something and then it sabotages me by auto-saving. Is that right? No. There we go. Hopefully I can get this to go into this. Yeah. And we'll come out and go up here. Okay. Okay, cool. So we'll drag this out and put in our last bit of belts here. Okay, gotta figure out where number 10 is. So since I marked this, see if I can get under here. There we are. So this is number 10 right here. All right. So this is the final one, meaning that this one comes out. Oh boy, here we go. Is that right? Yep. That is 3 belts, 4 belts, yes. So now I know that it's marked. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Oh boy. Wow. That is a lot going on. That is a lot. Oh, you got manufacturers way over here. Okay. Holler and buller. Wait, there's multiple levels of this craziness? Look at this mountain. It looks like a roller coaster. Roller coaster tracks. I like this conveyor lift bridge. So you're saying these manufacturers up here on the left you added today? Okay. Yeah, you're actually much higher up than I am for your factory. Because I'm down at the water level here. Same general location. Yeah. Cool. Hey, that works. That's your play style. That is not straight. What is this crap? Now that one will go out there, yeah. But this one will go... Can I just go up? Yeah, I can. I know there's 5 minutes in between each autosave, but that 5 minutes seems like 5 seconds all the time. And that is called flow theory, where you're so involved in whatever you're doing, the concept, the perception of time is actually non-existent. Very common thing with gaming, but it actually is with anything that you're focused on. All right, so that's, I think that's right. Cool. All right, now I just have to finish running these out. Yeah, very common in Satisfactory. It's like, oh crap, it's 4 in the morning. I need to go to bed. Okay, I need 3 stacked poles here. And the last bit. So I'll just run out to here, I think. Just simple. It's going to go all the way, just like this one here. It's going to go all the way the length out to there. And up to the next level. Next time I'm going to make... I can still put another 20 foundries in there. I just don't have the resources to feed it. It's kind of funny. I have a lot more space than I really have currently have resources to feed. Okay, well, I have 2 more pure coal belts. So that's another 20 machines that I could put in. And then I would just need another iron belt to do the ingots, which I could do as well. Let's see here. But you don't use the stackables. You actually just put it on top, right? Yeah, I see some stackables there. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. It works. They let you do it. Okay, time to add in all of these mergers. And all of the associated belts that go with them. Oh my God. What are you in West Coast? The US? No, I guess. No, you're not in the US. All right, iGlitch. It's good to see you again. Get some sleep. You mean like Puerto Rico or U.S. Virgin Islands or Hawaii? Oh, Hawaii, maybe. No, that can't be right. I'm not doing it. Don't ask me. I don't know. Ah, okay. One of those things I just said. Puerto Rico, okay. So the U.S. territory. Well, it would be nice if Donald Trump would give you a lot more aid than he's been giving you for recovering from those storms. Oh, you mean you tried to put the mergers on the belts and it didn't work for you? Ah, you know what? You have to put the belts down first. All the belts have to go first. Because if you don't, if you look at the, can we see this? Yeah, you can't really see it. No, okay. You can, if you're looking at this merger, you can see it. The box sort of goes up higher, the encroachment box, but it's right at the bottom of the actual merger. So the encroachment issues are on top, not on the bottom part really for these. So you have to put all your belts down first, and then there's no encroachment issue when you add them to the belt. You can put a merger inside of a merger. Why would you do that though? Enlighten me. For space, okay? But how do you connect? You mean like this on top? Well, I can't do it right now because it's going to encroach, but... Or can I? Yeah, I can. Looks like it. So, like up here type of thing. Ah. Okay, yeah, you have to do it from the... Okay. You have to put all your belts down first, if I understand you correctly. Okay, see you later. Thanks for sharing your pics. Ah, okay, the Foundry picture, right. I'll take a look at that. Put these mergers down, and then I will hook up all of the output belts to them. A bunch of them. I should have enough. I'll do Mark III belts on the outputs and inputs. Probably never going to do more than that. In reality, I mean, if you just take a look at this machine, it's 22.5. That's less than 60, which is a Mark I belt. 45 is less than 60. So you could have Mark I belts on all of the inputs and all of the outputs, and you would still be faster than the machines could consume or output the resources. And that is hooking into a Mark IV belt, a combination belt. So it would merge all of the belts together. So I mean, these 10 machines are grouped together. So if they're all outputting 45, that means it's a maximum of 450. But they're actually trying to feed, if you use Mark I belts, they're all trying to feed at a combined 600, which is more than a Mark IV belt as well. So unless you have some kind of setup where you're stretching things with overclocking or distance, then the speed of the belts isn't as critical as trying to match everything together properly. So then why am I using Mark III belts? I don't know. I like them. I think they look cool, and they're plenty fast to merge everything in. I'll tell you what, on the next group of 10, yeah, so here we go. I'll use Mark I belts here. I should have enough plates. Mark II belts are 120 resources per minute, so that's still all of the belts are way beyond the requirements for this. And the more you add, merge, the slower the belts you can actually use. But you can't go slower than Mark 1, so when you first play the game, you're starting out and you're putting everything together, it can be it's actually incredibly useful to have belts that go faster than Mark 1 belts. But in this case, where we already have most of the stuff unlocked and we just oh, I hope I can. Yeah, it looks like I can. Yeah. You're just combining things and merging them. So yep. So on the back side, you can also feed them with Mark 1 belts instead of Mark 4 or 3 or 2. But I have it set up this way. Anyway. All right. I don't know what I'm going to do with these steel ingots yet. And so in that case, I'm just going to wait. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set up so what I have is I have this set up now. So supercomputers and motors. Those are the two things that I'm going to set up production for. Everything backwards of the motor, I need rotors, and I need rotors and stators. And I'm going to use those as overflow. Then I need, for supercomputers, I need high-speed connectors, AI limiters, and I need computers. And I need circuit boards as well. So this stuff I'm going to end up producing anyway to make the final product of a supercomputer. So I really only need to set up these two networks to produce my base items, and I will just overflow them, and it'll be fine for what I need to make. I don't know. Let's look up. So turbo motors, I need these radio control units. Let's see. I need motors, which I'm doing. Then I need computers, heat sinks. Thought I opened this. Okay. So radio control units. I need rubber. I have crystal oscillators. I'm already making that. And they also need computers. So actually, I need computers on 2. So turbo motors. Okay, so I need computers for the radio control. That's what I did. Smelters use radio control units. Foundry Mark II, Smelter Mark II, turbo motors. So one manufacturer will make 5 radio control units a minute. That's a lot. So in 10 minutes, I have 50. In 20 minutes, I have 100, etc. So whenever this is set up and running, it will be making everything I need to make. So in reality, what I need to do, just like I did with aluminum production, is I need to set up these sort of end product systems that don't exist yet in the game. And I can't add them to this website yet because they're not in the item list, because the recipes aren't technically in the game yet. So turbo motor is made by a manufacturer for Mark III miners. So these 4 ingredients. I need 4 motors every. So this crafting time is in seconds, so 32 seconds. So it's 104 seconds, or a minute and 4 seconds. 64 seconds, excuse me. A minute and 4 seconds to make 2 turbo motors. And that means that it needs 8 of those, 8 motors. So that is 60 seconds in a minute. 4 of them for 32 seconds. All right, so 64 seconds divided by 8. Oh, it's 8. 8 times 8 being 64. What? Yes. So I'm going to need something like 7.5 motors a minute. 7.7 or 7.8 motors a minute or something like that. I want to figure this out. How's this math going to work? $15. So if I needed 60 seconds divided by 4 is 15. That's 4. That's not right. I need 4 every 32 seconds. My brain is freezing up with this math. Well, point is, I need to set up this production, and I can't tell the rate yet. Unless maybe I look at this Mark III miner. Oh. What? Wow, I need 5 turbo motors for one Mark III miner. And it only makes 1 turbo motor every 32 seconds. So it would be more than 5 minutes to, what would it be? 5 times 4, so it'd be a minute 20 seconds. 5 minutes 20 seconds in order to, before I could make a Mark III miner. One of them. $1.06 times 4. Divided by 1.06. 7.547. That's how many motors a minute I need. I got the math. Okay. So .54 motors a minute, and one assembler makes 5 motors a minute base. That means I'd need 2 assemblers for one manufacturer for a turbo motor. Okay. All right, so then if we go ahead and see about again, I can't use this resource, the website resource, to put this stuff together. So it's a bit sucky with that, but I can write it down. I'm gonna have to create my own spreadsheet for this. So what I'm gonna do is take a lunch break so that you don't have to sit here and listen to me ramble on. I'm gonna take a lunch break, and while I eat, I'm gonna figure out this math, and I'm gonna write down what I need so that I can set that stuff up when I come back from eating lunch. So we'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Right, we're back, and still trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm looking at battery right now. Basic ingredients here, nothing special. Aluminum sheet, but I will need sulfur. And excuse me. I'm not sure if this is still in the game or not. That's a doable thing. A quantum crystal. So apparently I need a quartz crystal and I need dark matter, which I get from somewhere. But I see that I need an AI limiter, which I'm already going to be making those. A superposition oscillator. And that is quantum crystal AI limiter. Okay. Simple enough. And the quantum computer. Not sure we need that. So, looking at turbo, excuse me, I'll close the window here. So looking at the turbo motors and radio control units, I can see what I need to make that stuff. So radio control units need computers, one, so nothing much. Looking at supercomputers, I need 1.4 a minute. Sorry, 3.75 a minute. How much is it for computer production? 2.8313. So I would need 2. $4 a minute? Using the alternative computer recipe. But cut this out. So computers, I need 5 a minute for radio control units, I calculated. So I need 5 a minute for the computers, and I need 3.75 a minute for supercomputers. So rather, radio control units and supercomputers. So I know I need 8.75 a minute minimum for those two productions. I need a lot of rubber. So looking at the calculations for turbo motors, I need 7.55 heat sinks a minute, aluminum heat sinks. I need 3.77 radio control units a minute. So that actually bumps up my computer need. So we'll go back to that in a second here. I'll link that. Motors, I need 7.55 a minute, and rubber, I need 75.747 a minute. So, and on radio control units, I need 120 a minute rubber. So to make one turbo motor, I need 3.77 radio control units a minute. So I need 75 rubber a minute. Plus I need 120 a minute from the other one. So just those two alone is a lot of rubber. Holy crap. So one Mark IV belt at 450 could be split to feed both of these systems without a problem. But back to what I was saying. Turbo motors require radio control units. So I need 3.77 a minute to make one turbo or 2 turbo motors a minute. It's like it comes out to be 1 point something a minute. just under 2. So I make 5 radio control units a minute base out of one manufacturer, and I need 3.77. So that will feed that, plus it will let me siphon off radio control units into a separate storage unit for overflow. And if I wanted to overclock production of turbo motors, I could. I couldn't go 200% on that, but because I would be doing 5 radio control units a minute, and I need 3.77, I could bump it up a little faster. So I would be able to make more than 2 a minute instead of 1 every 64 or 2 every 64 seconds. So basically, so what I have is here on the screen, I have motor production and I have supercomputer production. And from supercomputer production, I'll be siphoning. I will need to make enough computers production for both supercomputers and the radio control units. Yes. And I don't know what else I need computers for. Okay, I need them just to make manufacturers an assembler. Wait, no. Oh, here we go. Electric locomotive, which I will eventually need that. That's just a straight production, manual production placement. Fuel generator manufacturer. Okay, Mark III radio control unit. Rifle, who cares? It isn't even in the game anymore. Supercomputer in a truck. So really, supercomputers and radio control units are all I need to have manufacturing for computers. So what I will do is just create overflow and take from there whenever I need it. Okay. Pretty simple. Okay, fair enough. So what I'll do is set up my supercomputer thing. So these are all manufacturers. So I have minimum 3 manufacturers here that I set up for endpoint systems. Actually, I guess 2 technically, because turbo motors is an endpoint, and so is supercomputers. And I'll just work my way backwards from there. Let's get busy and set that up. I'm just going to spam up a bunch of 10. Do I have everything? No, not even close. Okay, let's go get what we need. I have computers down here. Heavy modular frames is upstairs. Starting to get close to my obstruction here. Might have to figure out another place to put things. So for just right now, I'm leaving this production down here. I can always feed it manually if I need to. Cool. And motors and modular frames. So we can just go up for that. All right. So in about an hour, I'm going to be leaving, and I'm going to go to a beta test for the first year students. They're making their arcade games, and right now they're having people play their arcade booths that they set up. So I'm going to go play test that with my friend Rishi, and we're going to take a look at what they've done and give them some feedback on their games. Where did I go? Here we are. Come on. Oh, am I going to just fall and take damage? Come on. Let's get in here. Cable, heavy modular frames, and motors. I need to go up one more. Oh, I can't get through here. Okay. I'm gonna not go through there. All right. I still don't have a good way to traverse my factory yet. And I'm gonna need to bring in more copper. I'm pretty sure of that. Let's get some motors over here. I don't know what my spacing requirements are going to be for upstairs, but I have a lot of space, just like stupid amount. Where am I using cable? Up top, I think. Oops, I screwed that up. I'm glad I didn't die. This back on, and let's play the silly jumping game. I think it would be good if I had walkways here on the back side. Okay, so I run cable. I think I have... Okay, we'll just grab another stack of cable right here. Okay, and we'll just grab one heavy modular frame. All right, so I need concrete. All right, I don't need this. I need to set up more platforms here in general once the game lets me have control again. I have no idea. Okay, so to make supercomputers, I'm gonna need a manufacturer, and assemblers. So I think I need to make my AI limiters and my circuit boards on the level below, on my assembler level. I'm gonna do that and keep in line with what I've been doing. And I will belt them up, which means I don't have to worry about my spacing for the manufacturers in that regard. Rubber's gonna come up. Quick wire. I'm gonna need cable I gotta bring up for that. So I'll need more cable production. Which means I need more copper production. Wire production. I'm looking at this visual representation on the website. All right, so we're going to set up manufacturers for the computers, and they will have to feed in to both radio control unit manufacturers and supercomputer manufacturers. So we're looking at different rows here, and then past the radio control unit manufacturers, we're going to have turbo motor manufacturers. So the first line of manufacturers is going to be computers. So I need to look at what I need to feed that and what I have. All right, so let's just put down a manufacturer. And I'm going to get rid of this. Don't need this list up. Okay. So we're going to be doing not this recipe of the computer. We're going to be doing, this is the base one. We're going to be doing the alternate one, the quick wire computer. This one. Wow. It's a lot of quick wire and rubber. I don't want to work too far forward because I need to be able to feed everything. So let's put down an assembler. And let's see what I make. All right, so I can do quick wire and plastic or rubber and wire. I need a lot of rubber, and I don't have things that are being used a lot of. Oh my God, this is actually a real thing. I saw the recipe on the website, and I didn't believe it. This is amazing. This is an insanely amazing recipe. 1 crystal oscillator and 2 circuit boards for a computer. That's insane. So I don't even need the manufacturer for the computer. I can just do the assemblers. That is fantastic. And what is this? And it makes 2.5 per minute. So what is this? This makes 2.81 per minute. And the other one is 1.875. Oh my God, that's insanely amazing because I make crystal oscillators over here. And I just set up some crystal oscillator production just for the heck of it. I didn't even really need it. And it's, so I'm making twice this, 1.875. So what is that, 2.7 something? 2.74, 2.75 a minute. And so let's see what I would need. I think there were some alternative crystal oscillator recipes. I can look at that because if that becomes my primary sort of input source, I have a lot of quartz that I don't do a whole lot with, which is why I just set up some crystal oscillator stuff. I've got 3 pure nodes and 2 normal nodes of quartz. So it's a crazy amount. 5 a minute I need on circuit boards. That's nothing. And 1 crystal oscillator. So 2.5 per minute. So 2 of those manufacturers make 2.5 per minute. Now, the big difference here is with this, is it only makes 1 computer. 2.5 per minute. Makes 1 computer. This one is 1 computer, 1.875. So, but this one makes 2.81. Okay, so this alternate recipe is actually better in the sense that it makes more computers within a minute. Now, I'm not sure that we care. Not sure. Because this burns a lot of quick wire and a lot of rubber. Whereas here I have circuit boards and crystal oscillators that I really don't do crap with right now. So I think I'm going to go with setting this one up. So I need a manufacturer to make the crystal oscillators. 2 manufacturers for every 1 input here to make 1 computer, or 2.5 a minute, coming out of this machine. So 4 manufacturers would make 2 assemblers, which would make 5 computers a minute. Five computers a minute is my minimum that I need to make into 1 manufacturer to make 5 radio control units a minute. So 2 assemblers 4 manufacturers. Gives me 5 computers a minute. I'm not sure that that's even worth that. Oh man, that's really difficult to figure that out. No, not the math. The just whether or not I want to commit to how I really want to set up the factory. The manufacturers take up a hell of a lot more space, but I'm not going to get away from using manufacturers on this because on the assembler I need the crystal oscillators and I need a manufacturer to make crystal oscillators to make computers. So it really is just sort of, I guess, resorting all of your resources depending on what you've got. I don't have, well, let me look at this here. So, okay, so here's an alternative crystal oscillator recipe, which I'm not using. This is the one I'm actually using over, so AI limiters require assemblers, so do reinforced iron plates, which I'm making a butt ton of. God, rubber, look at all that rubber. So instead of cable, which requires production from copper, wire, and then cable, there's an alternative rubber cable, I think, as well. I would just need rubber, 24 of that straight resource, plus the crystals and the AI limiters. So I need AI limiters anyway for supercomputers. So I would be also using AI limiters to feed my computer production via the oscillators, and that makes 3 crystal oscillators. What is this? How much is this a minute? 2.812. 1.875. Oh, okay, that's a bit of a different story. Okay, so this makes 2.8 oscillators. 2.8 oscillators a minute, and I need 2.5. So that means I'd have 1 manufacturer per assembler. It takes up so much space. This is tough. Figure this out. I don't have, you know what? Aluminum heat sinks are needed for both radio control units and turbo motors. So let me reevaluate. Let me look at what I have set up for that on the next floor down for aluminum heat sinks. I think I'm running one full belt of, yeah, okay. So there's rubber, and what's going to come in is aluminum plates in here. Aluminum, yeah, plates. And then I have going out there, all of these together give me a full belt of aluminum heat sinks, which will go out that way. Okay, so I set that up to be a full belt of aluminum heat sinks. So I know I've got 450 a minute, or I'm supposed to have 450 a minute aluminum heat sinks. Let me just look at that. Aluminum sheets, not a plate, sorry. Looking on the website now, aluminum sheets, and they're made in aluminum heat sinks, which I also need for Mark 5 and 6 belts. No, Mark 6 belts. Turbo motor, radio control unit. Okay, Crafting time is 12 seconds to make one. So 5 times 12 is 60 seconds. So that means 5 a minute. 5 into 45 is 9. Is that all right? So 60 divided by 12 is 5. So it's 5 a minute. 450 divided by 5 is 90. I sure don't have 90 assemblers here. Something isn't right. Oh, I set it up for my bauxite input. That's right. I did not have... I have one pure belt of bauxite, combined normal belt, and then... So I combine 2 normals into one, and then I have 1 normal left over. Okay, so that's what we're working with. So I have 1 pure belt. Let me look at, I'll be able to figure out how many constructors I need. Crafting time, so 4 seconds to make 1 aluminum sheet. So that's 15 aluminum sheets a minute. Okay, so to get 450, I need 30. 30 constructors. Okay, but either way, I still get a full belt of 450 a minute of aluminum sheets. You know what? I see what I'm doing wrong here. Okay, 4 aluminum sheets are needed for each heatsink. So times 5. So I need 20 aluminum sheets. There you go. So 450 aluminum sheets divided by 20 is 22.5. So I set up 22 assemblers here. I bet. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. So I set up 22. So okay. Crafting time is, here we go. Now we got this. So I was able to feed in these 22 assemblers. They put out 5 heat sinks a minute. Well, 5 times 22 is only 110. So that's what I'm actually working with, is 110 per minute feed rate of aluminum heat sinks. For one manufacturer on radio control units, I need 20 a minute. One manufacturer of turbo motors, I need 7.55 a minute. So I need 27.55 a minute minimum just to do one manufacturer of each of those. So 110 divided by 27.5 is 4. That's the most I can do, is 2 of each, really. If I needed that kind of production, but I don't. So, but the important thing is I know that I can feed one of each of those. So all I have to worry about is is that I could set up 2 though. Do I care? I can set the turbo motors. Ah, you see, this is where I can overclock them slightly. I don't, because my feed, the belt feed will be far exceeding what it is, more than double. So actually, yes, I don't need to take up more space. I can just overclock them and get more out of it. So then I would only need to worry about really my input feed. Now I do need crystal oscillators for the radio control units. I need 5 a minute. So I do need to make sure that I'm sustaining that production. So let's go up here. I'm going to write this 110 down. All right, so that's my production of aluminum heat sinks. I am currently using 2 manufacturers to produce crystal oscillators, and I think that comes out to be 2.6 something, right? Yes. So if I use this other alternate recipe, I would produce 3, I would produce 1. Wow, that's just... So I produce 3 times as many, or yeah, 3 times as many, 64, so just over a minute. So I could overclock this slightly just to make it 3 per minute. So I'd have 6 crystal oscillators per minute. I need 5 a minute. So, and right now I'm producing not enough, actually. All right, so I do need to use the alternate recipe. So I'm going to have to feed these separately, or change up these ingredients. Yep. Or I add more manufacturers. Again, I have, excuse me, I've got a lot of resources here for this. All right. How do I want to do this? I've got plenty of rubber resources. Plenty of crystal, so I need twice as many crystal production. That's fine. That's easy enough. I'm not even close to being tapped out on that. I think I'm using 1 belt up here, 1 pure belt, and feeding 4 constructors or something. We'll look at that. So that's nothing. Okay. I don't need beacon production yet. I will. So I need 1 crystal oscillator every 32 seconds. That's like nothing. Okay. That literally matches here. That's funny. All right. So I am going to switch this. I'm going to switch this up. Okay. So I need AI limiters, not even 1 a minute. Look at this. That's hilarious. 0.938 per minute. So 1 assembler can feed. I think there's an alternative. I think there's an alternative recipe for AI limiters. There is not. Either way, though. 5 a minute. God, that's ridiculous. So 5 a minute, and I need not even 1 a minute for every one of those crystal oscillator things. So that's fine. I need quick wire and circuit boards. Okay, so I need to set up circuit board production. AI limiters. Come in. And I can do that on the level below. All right, so this will work out just fine. And get rid of this. What is this? Steel ingots. Don't need these. Hello, Rishi.
Hello. Yes.
Are you scared to be on camera?
Yes.
Uh-oh. All right.
I'm just the headless voice.
You're the headless voice. All right. Yeah, you can sit down. You can sit down. It's fine. I think your arm might end up in the camera or something. Okay, so I've got 4 constructors here producing these quartz crystals.
Barely.
And I only need... Oops, wrong machine. So 18.75 a minute. What is my output? 15? Yeah. So I've got plenty here. All right. So I'm going to set up 1 constructor for turbo motors and 1 for radio control units. Oh, are you done with your laundry, or is this
Yes.
less? Okay.
I'm done.
All right. All right. So we're going to work on that a little later on. But right now we're going to go ahead and head over and do some playtesting of the arcade games. And I thought about streaming that on my phone, but I'm not sure. I don't have that set up. I think I'll have to look at that and see if I can do that. But in any case, we have a much better handle on what it is we need to make. So when it come back again, we'll be able to work on that. And hopefully it will all be working like we want it to be. So until that time, have a great day, and we'll see you again.